Welcome, fam, to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the crypto TA, and the weekend was wild. Altcoins were pumping, Ethereum pumping. I'm seeing it start to get a little bit of a pullback here on dominance, but nonetheless, it's Monday morning, and we're going to jump right into the chart. All right, let me. I just want to drop something. All right, to make myself a little bit more visible here. We have zero music going on. Just a little bit. Right here. Okay, so Bitcoin, we did get a little bit of an extra drop here. We didn't come down here into this box here, which is really nice. And we are above the previous day high at this point. And we did finally get above that fair value gap that we kept banging our heads against all weekend long. Let me drop that. Oh, actually, I need to move this over here. And I took yesterday off from looking at the chart too much. The chart's too much. And I realized this morning that I actually got stopped out of my my second scalp position that I had open for Bitcoin, which is fine. So I'll just be rolling that money over into something else. See, on Saturday, I took a position in Hype. That's still holding. It's still holding. It's up like 13% right now. And I am in SUI again. Let's see. H-bar, still going good. Up 476% on that, 112% on the OP, and 100% on the near position. So not bad. I know a lot of people are looking at, we haven't even come back to back test just yet, and that'll be just back up in here in this box that we were getting rejected at a few times here. We were having a hard time covering. We could just back test here and reject. I know a lot of accounts are looking at what could potentially be a symmetrical triangle here, and that may be the case. I don't know that for sure just yet. We're still riding, we still have this cloud cover underneath us. I did notice that money flow was making some sort of an attempt to hold within this range here. It dropped down into yellow, which is really nice because typically when it gets into yellow, it does offer some sort of a relief bounce, a reversal point or something like that, but didn't quite hit the zone that I'd like to see for it to come into for me to say that, because money flow usually drops a little bit lower down here into this green box. Hasn't done that, so I don't know. But see this everywhere. They probably had it drawn out like this first, and now it has moved like this. I don't even know if it's not a symmetrical triangle because there's nothing symmetrical about this, but do it that what you will. I'm just going to focus on horizontals and getting above those horizontals. And so this would be the next level of interest. Back up here. I was going to sink it. Just spare myself the lines. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. I'm actually thinking about doing an additional stream during closing hour. Haven't decided the title for it yet, but it'll be some sort of a daily entry. So it'll be really short and sweet. So Bitcoin's not doing too much there. I come over here and take a look at Ethereum. And this is ETH versus BTC. And we're just hitting this resistance. We've been sitting at this resistance, this high of the resistance since I want to say Saturday. I want to say we were here Saturday. This is the weekly chart. So let me put us on, I guess it was, let's see, when do we get here? Okay, so Saturday, Sunday. Seeing a little bit of a red candle right here, potential rejection right here in this zone. Got a little bit of resistance in here. ETH BTC. Two things that were really holding up very well against Bitcoin dominance, I noticed yesterday, was Ethereum and Link. Link's percent change was a lot higher. It's cooled off some today, but Link was not looking bad. And in terms of just a general chart, let me zoom out. All right. So Ethereum 0.886, that is what we're hitting right now. 0.886. Did get this back test into this golden pocket here. And I'm going to take this baby right here away. It looked like we were going to break this over the weekend, and we just created not a clean formation of a triangle, but some sort of a triangular pattern there. Yeah, so we can get rid of that. I don't think I've moved anything. I haven't, so previous day. Need to make this easier on myself and just use Lux Algo. And just have those levels. So we're looking for Ethereum to get up to 4,008. At least that is what I am looking for. I don't guess I need any of that. Don't need that anymore. So again, that's just the 0.886 retracement level. What do I have here? Hey, Ethereum so far looks really nice. I don't think I have any notes in here, anything I need to cover on Ethereum, and I do not. So I'm going to stop being an ETH hater for now. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I do still see that imbalance on the weekly time frame. I'm not going to get into that, but there is still that weekly imbalance. And what's this from the, let me see why I have too many lines in here. Take this away here. Being that Ethereum is hitting some pretty strong resistance, I'm not sure if we're gonna see a little bit of a cool off in here or not. I mean, indicators are hinting at a cool off. We still haven't seen that, really take effect just yet. So, I mean, we could turn around here before we get to the 4,008, or maybe we just hit the 4,000. We'll just round that number off to 4,000, and then we get that cool off. But this candle here is pretty petty right now. And I'm also, we were seeing the dominance stall out just a little bit where it is. So we'll be watching this today to see what happens for ETH. XRP, it never tapped back into this golden pocket, 786, or the 50% retracement. It just didn't do it. Not yet. And that was something that we did cover notes on. And mentioned the ascending broadening formation. And some things to watch for on that. It's a 2-hour time frame. So let's just go over here. Okay, so yep. So did mention this formation here. And then along the bottom side of this formation is the 60 EMA. So we're not coming anywhere near that at this point, which is fine. Another thing that I was looking at, holding above all critical levels, and what the downside risk would be. We had the bullish divergence on the MACD and the delta that was highlighted, and that the Z-score was suggesting a bottom may be forming, and it was showing that with multiple altcoins that we took a look at, that a bottom may have been forming. But we were just slow grinding. So here it was showing a bottom maybe forming here. And so we did this little line here saying that we wanted to see XRP hold up above this line, which it did pretty well doing that over the weekend so far. So when market opens, we'll see what we have going on. I don't think we have any data today. But let's check it out and be sure. Nope, we have nothing today. And Tuesday we have Fed Chair Powell speaking. It's a medium impact expected from that. Don't see anything significant taking place until Thursday, and we get into unemployment claims. PMI, flash manufacturing PMI, flash services PMI, and yep, just Thursday really. So XRP continues to look decent here. We're really just ranging right now. Solonzo, ooh. All right, so we were talking about, we'd already seen the tap into the golden pocket 786, and that it potentially wouldn't come any lower than this box right here if it did. So drop that. Drop this golden pocket. And let me just adjust this here, at least these two here. So looking for Solana to get up to 207 as it is breaking out of this ascending channel. And I'm gonna check this channel and make sure I have it drawn in properly too. This was a second alternative for Solana to come back to. It did not do that. So I'm gonna drop that, and let me just move these daily levels around. Why is that there? Oh, this is what we're saying, Solana. I mean, it was right here at the top side of the range anyway, just seeing it reclaim above here, and then it did get a back test into it, and now breaking out of the top side of the channel. I don't think that there's anything I need to redraw with this channel. So if it comes back into it, then that could be bearish, but at the moment she's looking pretty good. Looking for that 207. I don't see anything massive. For SOL. Sui, that was just a quick short on yesterday for Sui, and take that away. All right, golden pocket. Second attempt at this golden pocket with the rejection. I mean, it's also quite a bit of resistance in here. I have these two lines, well, these two arrows here looking at potential. You know, we want to really hold this 1 month here. Let me take this away. I didn't realize that this stuff was, I was doing some studying yesterday. Let's see, what was that based on? I mean, aside from the zone, it's just a monthly support level. Well, we want to see this act as support if SUI is going to start rolling over and coming back down. So right now, I'm assuming this previous day low is just going to be the most critical thing right now. If we break that, then we can start changing some structure again over here. I mean, but we did it over here and we reclaimed, so it's probably not a big deal. All right, so just a 60 bounce. But again, double top, really. Right now, double top. For SUI until we can get past this golden pocket. If we don't manage to get past this golden pocket and we do get a breakdown, then it would lead us back to here. Potentially back to there. So measured move could put us back down here at this box for sure, where we have that monthly. So I'll either be closing out my my SUI long, or I will be adding to it. One of the two. We'll leave that line like that just to see how it does. BNB. I could have sworn that I put some levels in here for BNB, but I guess I didn't. So I can't really talk on that too much. ADA, we were saying potential head and shoulders, but nothing was confirmed, but just what we would be looking for if it did break down, and it did not, and it invalidated this. And I did put it in a picture as well, just to come back and take a look at it. So it's a nothing burger with the 60 EMA riding along the bottom side of the channel here, just like everything else that's in this pattern. Okay, so I'm going to take that away. I'm actually just going to hide it, so I may need to talk about it again. I don't see my channel though. Okay, there it is. What else am I missing? All right, so as things stand right now, if we can continue some momentum up, then I'll be looking for 92. Now, if not 92, then potentially coming back to back test the top side of the channel, and wherever that takes us to, maybe $1. I don't expect for us to get too far, not yet, not until market opens. Because we could see Bitcoin dominance pick back up today, which I'm going to get into that as well. So H bar, same situation, nothing new. Just change these, change this. Let's put that there, that there. So everything is ascending. And again, to alts, October, that's really when they perform their best. So we could see one more shakeout. Not a heavy, not a drastic pullback, but just, you know, take out some of this liquidity in the market. Let's see, hype, took the position on hype because hype is in some sort of a mega. That's what I was going for. Our descending broadening formation here. Then we had this level in here that it still hasn't managed to push above, and we had a couple of other levels in here to watch. So it did pretty good back testing that one, not so much with this one, but I'm gonna take that one away since these two seem to be important right now. I just hang on to these two here for hype. And what else am I seeing in here with hype? Yeah, I mean, there's not much information to go off with hype, so we just do the best that we can. And right now, it is this broadening formation and the measured move for this, if it plays out. And I'm just going to do it from here. It got the breakout here, even though it did fall back in. So it's at 50.78. So just taking out this high right here. It's not much. Have to do some fib extensions on that XLM. XLM got the breakdown from here, but it's still just going up and to the right at the moment. I don't know why I have this in here. Oh, okay. Did I put any notes in here? No notes. Okay. So XLM is still within this range. Dun, dun. It's just still holding within the range. So nothing big on XLM just yet. I have the measured move to the downside simply because rising formations tend to break to the downside. It's not always a guarantee that they do that, but at least say 8 out of 10, maybe, 7 out of 10, pretty high number. You'd expect for them to break to the downside. So far, everything is holding up. And so if it breaks to the downside, then the measure move would just put it back down here to about the golden pocket here. So you have the golden pocket in 786, but about to the golden pocket here. I don't know how likely something like that is to happen. It looks like a lot here on the 2-hour time frame, but that's generally where the support is sitting at here. If it is to roll over, I mean, you just have all of this imbalance here. So if it does happen, it'll be swift, just as swift as it went up. But for now, I mean, it's still holding in the range, so it has to break first before I start getting overly bearish on it. And it can always break to the upside, and then we would just put the measure move to the upside for XLM. Doge. This is from yeah, it has it on there. So it's a 1 month fair value gap. That Doge is, I mean, we're hitting the weekly range already. So I'm yawning every morning. I think we were just looking at this 2597 as a place of interest for price to come back to, but literally at the top side of the channel here. So if we're not breaking out of the top side of the channel, there is a possibility of price coming back down to the lower side of the channel. For Doge, holding up pretty well right now. This may have moved at this point. I'm just going to take that away because it may not still be relevant to the analysis. And this little gap here, it's done nothing because it is where we have the weekly level for potential rejection, which it is reacting off of right now. Just move this out like that. Two-hour chart. This is probably where the golden pocket is sitting at right here anyway. Let me just see. Yeah. So right along these highs in here. I will put this here. So somewhere between 25 cents And if it starts to break down, then we would just look at the measured move for the breakdown of the channel. No biggies. I don't really see anything to really get into this morning so far. I mean, the market is just waiting for open. You see how the news or the signing of the Genius Act affects the market going into market open. And then there's TRX. That's cute. Hmm. I don't really care to put a bottom on it. All right. So Tron apparently has a squeeze and potentially looking for a break to the upside on this. I mean, the structure looks nice. Let me just look at the Bollinger on this one. That's scaled. Not so much of a squeeze. But the structure looks really nice, so could see Tron do another pop-up. I say 33.98 for Tron. And then last but not least, yeah, Link was, like I said, Link was performing very well over the weekend, especially against Bitcoin yesterday. It had like the highest percent change out of the top market cap coins. All right. Stalling out there. Let me see something. Yes. Okay. So we got the closure above this pivot here, which is nice. So that was our daily break. So that's really nice. Link. I guess right now I'll be looking for Link to get up to about $28 right now. Before it finds some serious resistance, maybe about 28. I don't know if I put anything in here for the measured move or not. I did not. Psychologically, the golden pocket may get a reaction, but I'd be looking for it to get up into this zone up here. At least it doesn't look like it'll be too much of a hassle for it to get up here, because this is basically where the resistance is really lying at. I mean, you had a little right in here and in here. tapping into these lows right now. So yeah, once it get past these lows, I'm gonna take I'll leave that in there. Once it get past these lows, then yeah, I'll be leaning towards 28 over, even over the golden pocket in 786. I'll be leaning towards 28 for link. So Bitcoin getting a little bit of a rejection. Okay, so just a little golden pocket, 786. Rejection here, overextended. And we want to hold here. Just to put some math on it. 118,302. We can do that. Then we're okay. We're okay at least to get back up here, retest this resistance here. Looks good. That actually looks pretty decent so far. Bullish divergence down here on the RSI. Or should I say, I mean, at the moment as price is coming down, it's showing as bullish divergence there. And let's see. We had a little bit of a bear div in here. Okay. But still, if we hold here, we would maintain the bullish divergence at least. I don't know if this is the same number or not. It's not. This one's slightly higher. All right, so one of the only issues I can see right now is potentially losing the 200 on, let's say, the 5. All right, and see, we're already Already getting close to being oversold here on the 5-minute time frame. And then the 200 EMA is sitting right here at this line for the 15-minute. Take away 2. And then on the 15, where is it sitting at? Just below that level there. So if we start to lose that, we may have a little bit of a problem, especially with accelerated selling taking place in here. And let me take a look at this chart over here. So we were rising on a short squeeze. And now you have buyers trying to step in, which it's funny. This could continue down. It looks like I have some breakfast behind me. All right, so I'm gonna close off my camera just long enough to eat my breakfast, and then I'll show my mug shot again. Thank you. Trying to stall out a little bit here. Might do something for that 15-minute time frame. I meant 5-minute time frame, but all right, I'm back. I had to sit down too. See how long I can sit. Okay. Yep, so some sort of a bounce is 5 minutes attempting to get a bounce. Again, the structure looks pretty nice on this, but this could just be a 5-minute bounce and nothing more. 15 minutes still looks like it could roll over a little bit more. But again, the bullish divvy down here, it is in play. Let me just do a regular trend line. Yeah. And then if I look at, I can see it over here too. So I could just go with this bull divvy. Oh, that's a nice regression there. Now, another thing that we could be doing right now, we could just be putting in a pivot. So I'm avoiding dropping a line on here because we could just be coming up to do something like that. And then I would end up having to do something like that later on. So I'm just avoiding putting the line on that right now. The structure looks really nice. I do like the bullish divergence. The only reason why I'm hesitant is because how far away this yellow signal line is here on the 5-minute. So if the price was to just push up right now, even with the bullish diversion, it just pushes up right now. That could be resistance, and then it comes back down again before it sends. But overall, this looks nice. And so I was just looking at this. I'm gonna take this away. Well, I'll leave it right there. I was just looking at the dynamic cloud here for this 5-minute time frame because I don't have the rest of the details on over there. So this looks like it could put in, like I was saying before, how far away this yellow signal line is here. This could be a momentum break, but that it gets just puts in a pivot for a lower high here on the 5-minute time frame, and then gets one more push back down. Just looking at this, it looks like we could be putting in some bear divs, trying to push up the same way we had that one bear div. We look over here on the 15-minute. I can take this away now. We've seen that here, how we had the bear div here. We could just be putting in another bear div. I need a new position though. I could use a new position. Probably going to be better in alts. Let me just switch my account. All right, so we're just stalling out here. Let's see. Yep, we're starting to get a little bit of a rise here on the dynamic cloud. So again, we could be putting in some bear divs with this push up just for a lower high here and another little move back to the downside. But as long as we're holding here currently, we're okay. Probably a golden pocket bounce again. That was what it was, golden pocket 786. Yep, golden pocket 786 bounce here. For the 5-minute time frame, and I know I said I didn't want to do this. I'm just going to do it anyway, just to reconfirm. Okay, so that and that. Yeah. just want to see what ETH is looking like in this moment. It's looking way better. It's looking far better. And it could be doing the same thing, putting in a little bit of a bear div. Yeah, it doesn't look like the best place to take a long position at, to be honest with you, which is why I'm trying to be really patient right now. I mean, it could play out, but if it doesn't sit right with you, then it doesn't sit right with you, and I would just avoid it because there are too many other opportunities in the market to be focused on this one. So I am looking around here, and I have something in mind. I really hate that I closed out my immutable X position, but it's okay. It looks like it could be setting up for something, so I'm going to keep watching that. Let me just go through here and see. Might be one of the better looking charts today. Out of everything so far. Got Floki. We stall out in here. It could make a difference. But right now, I don't like it. So we have to be above here in order to invalidate the bearish divergence. I was watching a video yesterday that Da Vinci did that, has tons and tons of views at this point. But it was when he was pleading everyone to just buy $1 of Bitcoin, and it's about 12 years ago, something like that. At least the video I watched stated that it was 12 years ago. If only, if only I was familiar with crypto then. I heard a little bit about it, but it was very scammy then. Never knew a Da Vinci existed, but yeah. He says, I plead you, just buy $1. Just $1. You won't miss it. It's $1. $1, and thank me later when you're a millionaire. Smart man. Oh my gosh. All right, still got more loans trying to step in right now. Uh-oh, how did that happen? Did that reject? Um, I'm so not into this pattern. I'm so not into it. So I don't want to be one of those people because I just don't. Yeah, you've had to redraw this a few times. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay, Biddy. Once it gets above here, it may be able to invalidate this bear div that it's currently putting in. It's a nice little candle for the 5-minute time frame. me see. All right, I guess I need to stand up again. Me and all of my wrinkles. Oh, okay. Just trying to be a little patient right now. Again, I mean, we have the bullish divergence showing some underlying strength, but we also have the bear div and the attempted push to the upside with the cloud rising. And we're relatively close here on the 5-minute time frame to the 200 EMA. Want to make sure that we do hold up before that. Hmm. So right now, if this indicator were to turn up, it would turn up into bearish positioning. But we are holding in here, so that's nice to see. But, Delta is rising, but Delta is also rising bearishly as well. Let me just check in on Ethereum and just see how it's going. Same thing as Bitcoin at the moment. Performing better than Bitcoin, but still positioning the same way Bitcoin is. Now, if I could say one thing here with ETH, let's see. It could do, like if it gets a drop, it could do like a little inverse head and shoulder here on the 5-minute time frame, potentially. I really need, yeah. I'm gonna turn it on anyway. Then I come back and change the settings on that. So I'll watch that. Put us back on Biddy, but I'll be watching that. Let me just check here. Join 100. No, let's go 50. Delta. Since I'm looking for longs, I'm going to set my bias in here. 9, 12, 26. All right. There's no way. This code in here. Join 50. Close. Okay. Delta. Yeah, that doesn't work for some reason. Mm. Do one more thing over here. And you know what? Never mind. Never mind. While I see that happening. All right, so we're at risk of that 200. I can let this go now because we could identify that it was a bear div and not some sort of actual break, which I mentioned. Good eye for that. and so far away from the yellow signal line too. So I'm gonna put this back on a 1, just so we can see what we're likely going to do here. We have been misbehaving. Let's check on volume. See what volume is looking like. All right, so there's no aggressive volume on this move down. Do got some more bullish divergence underneath here. So there remains to be some underlying strength. For this 5-minute time frame. I'm gonna make a decision for an entry because I do need to now. I do need a new long position, a second long position at least for Bitcoin. So I'm gonna base my decision on the 15-minute time frame. And the 15-minute time frame is hinting towards potential bottom. And I'm gonna wait for an additional confirmation before I make that sort of a decision. And right now I don't have it. All right, and I do need a sec. So I will be right back. Sorry, I had the mic off. Thank you for your patience. I just wanted to turn that back on to look at where that 200 was sitting at again. And yep. We misbehaved over the weekend, so what can we expect? What can we expect? Ethereum put in that inverse head and shoulder. It did not come as low as I wanted it to come to, but that's fine because it did just break that neckline. So here on the 5-minute time frame, you can see that it did put in that inverse here on this drop back. I was hoping it could have came a little bit lower. It did not. So she going. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. There's still the bear div that Ethereum has to invalidate. Yeah, still the bear div it has to invalidate. But nonetheless, that's nice. Let me take a look at Sui. Sui Hui. Getting a little trap there. XRP. So I can see where everybody's putting their money at for sure. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go, baby. H bar my baby. All right. Biddy dropping. Biddy dropping. All right, we're coming into a VWAP slap. Right here we have this line at here. And we're saying we want to hold from the start of this momentum drive here. Even though it is below the 200. Slightly, it could pop back up off of VWAP. Do a market entry here soon. Don't quite like this, but it is what it is. It's a pretty clean tap there. That's at 118,367.1. Okay. We have some liquidity zones down below, but we'll see how this goes. Barack. So the candles are they're based off of the RSI. And so when they turn red, it's oversold. When they have this orange color, you're in the bullish control zone. And when they're gray, you're basically neutral. So you're setting up, so you're either reversing down, like you're losing the bullish control zone, coming down from orange into gray, and you're moving out of the bearish control zone when you go from blue to gray. So it's based on the RSI. That's all. It just shows me where we are on the RSI, basically. So you can see how we're overbought right in here, and they're all red. It's because we're overbought. And when we come out of overbought, then the colors just start to change on it. Then when we're oversold, you see green, and then you can see how the RSI is oversold here. Okay, so the 5-minute time frame is attempting to hold this low. If it helps you, I can turn them off, because I can see the RSI when I do it like that. I don't really see it when I do it like this. And sometimes I just don't want to have that part on and just look at it like this. It's just a nice doji candle on the 15-minute time frame. So I'm likely going to enter for a scalp position based on that. It's something else I like in the chart too. So all right, so a little bit of a scalp long position for me on Biddy. Ethereum for the kill, coming back up to the previous daily high here. So got these equal high liquidity here. See that? Off of that inverse head and shoulder, which I was looking for it to come back in a little bit more, and it didn't, but nonetheless, inverted head and shoulder formation. All right, so Bitcoin has not closed above that doji just yet. But there are still some things that I'm liking right now, but it did not get that close above that doji in that 15-minute time frame. So hopefully we do get a chance to see that closure. What I don't want is for it to do like it did over here. So we had a doji right in here, and you can see how price did not get a closure above that one. We're at the top here and we got an engulfing, so I wouldn't even consider up here. But just right in here when we were still holding above this yellow signal right here, we got the doji, but we didn't manage to get the closure above there. So hopefully we'll see that closure above here. It's really slow, so I don't like that. We were aggressive when we got the drop down here into the support level, potential support level here. How we got the nice little bottoming wick here, and then we just stalled out. So that doesn't give me confidence. Ethereum looks like it could be flagging out over here again, trying to get up to that 4,008 is what I have it pegged at. Could open an Ethereum. I should have opened an Ethereum position over here because that was nice. It is excelling very well against Bitcoin. Link must be on a warpath again. Let me just look at that. Ah. Yeah. So Link, Ethereum, and H-bar right now. Definitely Link. Like I said yesterday I could tell with Link, yeah, it was one of the best performers against Bitcoin dominance yesterday, period, hands down. Chainlink, better than ETH. So that might be the move today. It's not Chainlink or ETH. Doge stalled out. XLM, H-bar, ADA. It's okay. Chainlink is going to be it today. Nice momentum line there on the 5-minute. Nice here on the 15-minute. All right, costs up 12% today. You just check her out. see something. Daily. All right, costs. Costs got above VWAP, and that's the macro VWAP for costs here. So it's a nice push and break above this trend line as well. I haven't been on the chart, as you can see. So somewhere between this 11 and up here where this daily level is, if it takes out that high there. And then of course, the next weekly level is up here where you have standard deviation 1 from VWAP. Can definitely bank on that. A lot of things have already come into their standard deviation 1 from VWAP. Most things have not broken above their macro VWAP, and cost is 1 at this point. So that's a nice look. And if it closes like that on the daily, beautiful. Beautiful chart. Let's see, Bitcoin's still not getting above that doji. Not yet. Okay. All right. I am in profits now on my Bitcoin scalp position. So I'd like to see us close back above previous day high, if we can do that. Let's see something here. Excuse me. I don't believe that we get as high as I'm thinking unless we put in another bear div, simply because, we're getting the delta cross over here. MACD has not crossed below the signal line. It's signal line, but we do have a negative delta cross here. If we can, maybe we take out the liquidity here, potentially. First things first is we got to get, back above this previous day high. Start closing above that, and then potentially do this liquidity and then roll back down, maybe a double top or something like that before market opens. Or maybe we do it once market opens, but right now. All right, so just hitting a little bit of resistance, there. Still okay. Squeeze coming off of that 200 again, that 200 EMA there. So a little tightening in here. Hitting that standard deviation 1 on the Bollinger. The 50 right here. So 50% retracement thus far. But we were getting some bottoming signals. We got them all across there, but 15-minute was what I was looking at, especially when we got green here. And that was why I actually entered on the scalp long position. And I did go ahead and modify the colors on this one. So we went from red into gray, which is an inconsistency. Along with that doji candle. Just a few confirmations there, potential confirmations. You can have the best setup and still fail, and the best signals and still fail. There's a lot of bots out there. Okay, so we have to invalidate this little bear bear div in here too, so we're still getting that bearish divergence. So between here and here we have that bear div. So while Bitcoin is doing that here, I am going to, well, let me see if my stuff is synced together. Right here. If it wasn't, it is now. One, two, three taps there. All right, so what I was just thinking is, let's look at Bitcoin dominance. Because price does continue to move within this channel formation here. This has to be old detail. Let's remove. Okay. All right, so we are still moving within this channel, this rising channel. We haven't actually got the breakdown from it. And just below the low of this rising channel, I think there's a 60. Yeah, not even actually around at the low of it. It's right here. So the 60 EMA is there. I don't know how low we actually go until we lose this channel, because so far the only thing that I've noticed with Bitcoin's dominance, and I don't think Bitcoin dominance is going anywhere. It's too much money flowing into it for dominance to just fall off a cliff just for some altcoins. I don't think that that's going to be the case. I mean, they can move simultaneously together. You may see a little bit of rotation into some other things, but if you're selling your Bitcoin to rotate into altcoins, just know the scarcity of Bitcoin right now, and it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. So find your extra capital. Find your extra capital to buy your altcoins and not start selling your Bitcoin, because you may not be getting that back. Not that one. Well, that's the one that I have on here. So I can just roll with this one too. This is not the one. Yeah, it's not the one. Mm. All right. So we haven't had any expansions yet. So anytime that this was the start here, anytime that we've interacted with the green dynamic cloud down here, we haven't actually had any expansion. It's actually been a reversal point. So I would like to see that for Bitcoin dominance along with this ascending channel low here as a breakdown point. But right now, I don't see, I mean, it's not doing anything that it wasn't doing before, that it has not done before. So here, respect and with no expansion. And so far, we're just in this dynamic cloud with no expansion just yet. Here, we came relatively close to tapping on it, but didn't. And no, I mean, it expanded here, but on that next move in, but this was around the beginning of it here. So this was around the beginning of us moving up into this parallel channel here for dominance. So I question that. I've looked at how it actually reacts to the golden pocket once it gets a push into it. This one, it didn't actually reach it. It did it there, got a response. It did it here, got a response. Did it there, got a response. So maybe just back here to the lower side of the channel, and it gets a response here too. Now that would be an expansion here, be a slight expansion. So I am looking at that and watching to see if we're actually going to get a breakdown or if this is just a cool off as Ethereum gets a little bit of traction, and as altcoins start to get a little bit of traction. And of course, what we have our cha at would be down here, so be breaking, closing below here. I mean, I was looking at that too as well. So dominance has some bullish divergence underneath, and not just on one indicator, on multiple indicators. And the only other thing that I noticed with dominance, and I'm just gonna shoot those down right there, is this right here. Like this was the first time we actually went into red on this indicator right here on this Z-score, and you can see how nice of a move that we got down. And then we started to do the red through here again, and then right here. So this is the first time it actually started doing that. So I mean, there is potential for it to just plummet, but right now, I don't know. I question just a little bit, just a little bit. And see, this is hinting at a potential bottom also. Hinting at a potential bottom. Here, hinted at the potential bottom right here. You got two there. And I don't know. We got this little additional pullback right here. And then you got potential bottom there. Potential bottom right in here. Just based on the weekly. And then right here, potential bottom. So this is hinting at a potential bottom with the bullish divergence on the lows, sitting in the dynamic cloud, still within the channel. I mean, I would not be, I mean, we have until what, October? I mean, Bitcoin usually sees a massive sell-off in October. If that even happens this time, I don't know. And neither do you. But yeah, be careful with that, selling your Bitcoin. or rotating from your Bitcoin into altcoins. Find the extra money for your altcoins and leave your Bitcoin alone. Yeah, 1 hour. I don't think we really need this anymore. And I know I don't need the 50, but I hold on to it just in case. So I was checking out Ethereum and just a different time frame over here. Okay. I'm gonna put my candle color back on because I like my candle color. I don't like sitting here looking at red and green trying to dictate what I'm going to do. Doesn't work for me. A lot of people get caught up in that. Also, a lot of people get caught up in a red candle and a green candle. It's green, buy. It's red, sell. What the HELL? No, I like my colors. You give me some really great insight, and I can trade off of these. I really can. And it makes it easier for me to capture certain things in the market. A lot easier than, have to look down, look up, have to figure out everything that's happening all at once. We've done that. It looks like we've already back tested this high right here. We did already back test that. We're just kind of flatlined here. I need to look at the stock market this morning, see what we have happening. All right. So 1 hour has been my friend. All right, so pre-market EXE is, oh, actually, switch charts. Or I was wondering why no data was coming up. All right, EXE, which is Expand Energy Corporation. Well, Bitcoin is doing Bitcoin stuff. Thank you, Biddy. All right, so this is what I've been watching here and what I have invested in, which is everything above the section split there. So pre-market 108, we did get a momentum line here, and we have not been able to get back above the level that we needed to maintain prior to pushing down here into this weekly average range in here. So really still want to see us do that 110, be able to flip back above this 110 to push back up here, potentially 116 to 120 for Expand Energy Corporation. Nonetheless, whatever it does, I am invested and I will continue to buy a little bit more. This will probably be my official last stop if price is to come down into here. So far, it looks pretty decent here on the daily. The 4-hour time frame, close, and then we already did whatever we were going to do over here on the 1-hour time frame when we was putting in this bullish divergence down here at the lows, and we got the break above the trend line there, and again did not manage to flip. This was the original level that we wanted price to hold, but we ended up breaking down. So that is that on EXE. Let's see, Tempest pre-market 61.74. I have notes in here, but nothing that I need to look back at. And it looks like we did tap back into this potential resistance level here, and we did. And then there's also this one. So I haven't touched anything. I'll lock these back down. All right. And we had such a struggle here, whipsawing this. I don't know how relevant this is going to be to me anymore. I'm going to leave it here. But it may not mean much anymore. I'm just checking the end back on Bitcoin with that rejection. So as you know, with Tempest, there are only a few areas of interest for Tempest. Getting a cool off. So it reads here on the 4-hour time frame, which is already in play. So I have a trend line in here somewhere. I already did both of those breaks. So we had some sort of an ascending formation here on Tempest, and we ended up not being able to get an additional bounce off of it and came in with that drop. And then, nope, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. I need to, yep, nothing besides that. So if we're not holding, and I did draw out this trend line, I don't know why it keeps disappearing, but it does. If we don't manage to hold in here, once again, we are at risk of about a 30% drop from this zone here, which will basically put us back down here to this purple box here, just slightly below it. Tempest is basically in between here, this top purple box here, and then this lower purple box here. So to the upside, this is what I'm looking for price to get back to in the medium term. I'm looking forward to get back to here. to the highs and here to the lows. I'm going to cut it. If it breaks this low, I'm just going to cut it and roll my money over into something else. Maybe because I don't want to be at risk of an additional 30% drop. So I don't want to hold it through that. I mean, I could be absolutely wrong and it just melt faces. Or I can be right by deciding to wait. If I believe it's going to get a 30% drop, then I don't need to have my money still sitting in it. I can pick it back up after that drop takes place. Palantir just continues to push 154.20. Same thing, rising little formation here. Got a little bit of a breakdown. Took a long position off of Palantir here. Just an additional long position because I do have an actual investment in it. So this was for the trade when we did this, and I could see that we were respecting that. I enter and then I exited where you see the red candles at right here. That was my exit point. But it has continued to push up. So yay, Palantir. See, we're basically just back into this high. So far, that's it. Let me keep this respected here. So Palantir is known to break to the upside on some bearish formations. So just we'll see if it wants to do that same thing here, if it wants to reject. And then, of course, the momentum line is lining up here. So unless it's one of these candles right here, we can walk this out, maybe come back here, and then potentially see that correction on it. I didn't see anything outwards. Daily looks like it could be setting up for that. Just choppy up through here. So really, bear divs. Stock market has not cared much about the bearish divergence because so many of these company stocks, have major bear divs on it. And I do think the VIX is about to get a rise. So unless you got in at some lower levels, I would be careful. I don't do options. I don't do that, but with stock, I don't do that. I just use my little capital to go long. So pin the correction based on the daily time frame. So I'll be looking out for that for Palantir. But the other time frames, they seem okay. Squeeze in there on the 4. Still holding the bullish control zone on the RSI. So not even coming back to a 50. So, I mean, very strong here on the 1 hour time frame for sure. Sound pre-market 1285. Looking for sound to get back to 20. Once again, that is what I am looking for. Do have a squeeze here on the 1 hour time frame for a potential cool off. It's been choppy in here against these highs. Yeah, 4 hours hinting at the same thing, but I don't want to be premature. It is only pre-market. That's from Friday, but this is only pre-market, so I want to allow it some time. I'm not doing anything different with sound except buy more regardless. So that one I am willing to hold if it is to do something like that. And speaking of which, let me just go back to it real quick. Go to the weekly time frame. I love the weekly, and this is why I'm going to continue to hold it. And so I am looking forward to get up to $20. Beautiful inverse head and shoulders, if you want to call it that, but I like it. Nice capture of the trend line down here as well for that reversal. So I'm holding. And then coin, as you can see, on Friday did get the break out of the upside of the ascending broadening formation here, which is what I was saying about Bitcoin the other day. Is if coin maintains you know, and it does do the break to the upside, then I would expect for Bitcoin to break out of its ascending formation too, because they both have this same pattern on it. Um, yep, and they both started around the same time, so it's very bullish if you see a breakup like this. Palantir did that back in the early days when I first got into it, because I first bought it at $13, and I did take profit around 105. And then I made a nice call on a big correction for it, and I bought a little bit again there that I'm holding. But yeah, this is a bearish formation and we're breaking to the upside. That's very strong. But nonetheless, some sort of a cool off will be coming in for it soon. All right, let's see. Bitcoin is rejecting. Yep, rejecting. And entering the bearish control zone here as well. So gotta watch for that. That low again. Maybe it's just a back test of that trend line, and I'll keep an eye on that. So we're starting to get a rise out of this low for potential cool off here. Nothing confirmed yet, and we could be a week to weeks out before this even does anything. So if it were to do it now, yeah, I'd be looking forward to respect here, at least. But it looks like a cool off could be coming in for it. And I think this is a momentum line here. I don't have this on over here. So this is just the momentum line here for the QTD. Looking for the momentum break on AMD. I like to be able to buy more AMD. Does that happen? Maybe not. I'm looking for a $300 pump on AMD. We do still currently have this pending bear div here for AMD. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, when we got the drop, we actually respected this level here that I looked at. So that held, and then put in a fresh momentum trend line there. You can delete that and delete that. So still looks very nice. You can add a trend line across here as well, but I'm going off of the momentum. I'll leave that at that. TTD, pre-market 8030. This is one that my trend line is missing, but entered on TTD off of this trend line break right here. And it's been doing very well. Recently got listed on the S&P 500. So that was that's when we got this gap up here. And it's nice push into here. Originally looking for 88 as the short-term price move. And then 104 here is the midterm price move. Then about 134 long-term outlook there for trade desk. But right now we haven't even tapped into the 88 just yet. Then we got as high as 86. And then Pony. Just checking back on Bitcoin here. Okay, so we're tapping into VWAP and that 200 EMA once again on Bitcoin. Let me just get back over here real quick. So we're tapping into VWAP and that 800 here, and we're also breaking here. So that rejection, that was something that I mentioned earlier that was potential to, that could potentially happen as we come up and then we see a rejection because of where this was sitting at. And I like to generally see this come down lower, at least below the 50, or back here into the red box. The red area I like a lot better. But yeah, that was one of the scenarios that was I spoke about earlier on stream before taking the scalp position on Bitcoin, is that we could just see a lower rise here for rejection based on where this was positioned. That was likely going to be one of the outcomes. Leading cross here on the delta, but not the MACD just yet, which could be underway, but we'll see. We'll also see if this is just a back test, but as long as we can continue to hold here, then it's not that bad. But again, 200, we don't want to lose that here. We definitely don't want to lose that. We lose that and we can continue to roll. But that is another VWAP bounce. Actually, I didn't even tap the VWAP that time, relatively close to it. Right now, let's see, I'm not on the Blowfin chart, but I can tell you from the MEXC chart that it's 118,291. So I try to see what different exchanges are doing at the same time. And so VWAP, just based on the candle, it would be here. So one thing we did, let me look back over here. CCC. Yeah, it's not good. And then the 200 for the, oh boy. Yeah, we're losing it for the 5-minute time frame. That can be relatively bearish. Give me a minute. I need to how many times I'm gonna yarn. And coffee does absolutely nothing for me. So we're maintaining below that 50% on the RSI, basically. So somewhere between neutral and the bearish control zone. And we'll just say the bearish control zone because we're not above 60. So we're just in the bearish control zone for Bitcoin. Still. Sit down again. At least attempt. Why I'm so sleepy. Could be a double bottom. Just we're just sitting too close to that 200 to VWAP, you know, potentially losing some levels over here. And then we'd also be sitting pretty close to the, no, we're far away from that one at the moment. Okay, we're still getting some slight bullish divvies off of the 5-minute time frame, but again, you know, bullish divergence doesn't guarantee that you're going to get a pump, but it does indicate some underlying strength. Lots of loans stepping in right now, which again can drive prices down. We could see a liquidity. We got plenty of liquidity to the lows of us, below us, just as much as we do to the top side of us, but okay, so we have violated the one for the 15-minute, which was this one right here, which wasn't too far off from where thank you, love. The one for the 1 hour is right here. So if we're losing this one here for the 1 hour time frame, that also, means that we're losing the 50% here, and we could see prices come down lower. I mean, we did have the negative delta cross here, which is not close enough to the zero just yet. So MACD has not crossed below a signal line, but I did notice that the MACD did have that curvature. So potential sell-off could come back into this liquidity here and finally come into this level here that we've been avoiding. I really came in today thinking that, markets haven't opened yet, but that today would be a pumpy day for Bitcoin. So far, it's just gloomy. VWAP test. All right, this is not good. 15-minute. Yep, this is so not good. Can't even consider this anymore. I just can't. Let me make sure that's. And Ethereum's not doing much more at this point. It's gone. We've lost the VWAP. 15-minute looks like it will continue to roll over. 1 hour could be setting up for a continuation to the downside as well. So we could be looking down here towards this low down here and the next support level. Any sort of a bounce will be looked at as lackluster, the same way it was right here. This whatever. I just can't do this. I tried to look at this and I understood that it just wasn't for me. I think that was on Friday. I was like, or Saturday, I was like, maybe I have something, but not really. Yeah, just didn't have that. It was a 6 hour, may have looked a little different. Yeah, the 6 hour did because on the 6 hour, I did this here. So on the 6 hour, I did it like this. And I was like, perhaps a potential breakup. And then, let's see, we put any bear div in there. We did not. But the 6 hour doesn't look terrible. It's just right now. Okay, so we're in oversold conditions right now. Green candle. Oversold on the 5 minute time frame, below 200 on the 15, 5 minute and lower. And then of course the one for the 1 hour time frame is sitting down here around 117, which we did lose earlier to these wicks here. That momentum is gone, so it's basically what I'm saying here. So below 50, when we lost that momentum line there, this one really isn't relevant anymore, but I cannot delete it. It automatically pops out on its own. I can delete this though because that's no longer important. And this is just helping me identify where the 200 is here for the 15-minute time frame as I observe the 5 minute. This, I'm just going to move it up to here now. That's an ugly candle. Let me change this. Keep it like that. We'll see. See if we can find some support here for a bounce. We get a bounce and I'll be looking to get back into here, which is just the top side here. 200 is already gone. I'm just going to take that away. I want it to sit here. I have a sciatic nerve. It's making me so uncomfortable. And these lights make me hot when I'm trying to stand. So again, oversold on the 5-minute time frame, oversold on the 15-minute time frame, not oversold just yet. But in the bearish control zone here. RSI continuing to slope to the downside here on the 15-minute time frame also. Yeah, MACD cross, bearish MACD cross as well. So that did us no good there. We could reclaim. But thus far, it does nothing for Bitcoin. That, yeah, doesn't look good. Wasn't that I wanted to tap. And that was why I had the cloud on too. Was simply because we're getting that rise over here on the 5-minute time frame. I saw it earlier. I wanted to accommodate one of the viewers. But it gives a lot of information in terms of what price action is doing. So that cloud cover, just absolutely bearish. Absolutely bearish cloud cover. That's terrible. And 15-minute just holding the dynamic cloud, but 15-minute doesn't look good at the moment. So we're below VWAP. Standard deviation, love you, love. See you later. Drop safe. So standard deviation 1 is around here. So it's going to be even worse if we're losing the dynamic cloud and we're starting to trade up under it. Yeah, it's a little bit worse. So we will be looking down here towards these lows here. After that rejection, I don't need that anymore. Golden pocket 786 rejection. Clearly. Quick bounce coming in. Just a quick relief bounce on this 5-minute time frame, but that would be about it. Again, just a quick relief bounce here on the 5-minute time frame. Be lucky if we get it back up to 118.273. Do something like that. And that'll just be back testing, basically back testing close to that 200 EMA if that were to happen. So just give this a minute. It is gearing up for that. Let me just look back at this 4-hour. I am not doing like that. Once again, it just hasn't come low enough. Hasn't come as low as I'd like to see it come. So this could be so wrong. This could be putting in a bear div. I mean, just looking at it, honestly, just looking at it, by the time this rise happens, like it got this break right here. Luckily, it didn't put in the bear div right here. Luckily, it didn't put in the bear div right there. By the time this flips back up again, if it flips back up, it could put in the bear div against this high up here. I mean, I know everyone say just a back test or something like that, but I don't know. I don't like this. I'm not saying it can't play out and that it won't play out, but I honestly just don't like this at all. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not gonna even try with that. I'll leave it here on the RSI just to see what it's doing with momentum, but I don't like it. Stick with these horizontals. Just a relief bounce here. VWAP. VWAP is here. $200 is there as well. This is that we'd be lucky if we get back to it. Level right here that I mentioned. This is just standard deviation 1. And then here again is VWAP and the 200 EMA. I think it's still sitting there anyway. No, that was actually it right there. So for the 15-minute. This is looking a lot more relaxed, but we still have some hurdles. Alright, so that puts price back above VWAP, but no closure just yet. And this is on the 15-minute time frame. This VWAP slap right here. Nothing is really different over here with Ethereum. I just wanted to bring us back over here and look at that real quick. So you have like some sort of a rising formation here on Ethereum as it is seeing this rejection from the previous day high right in here. And it may have been a struggle buster for it before. Actually, let me just fix this so that I don't want it to show up. So let me look back here. So we know we're in the struggle zone right here, but still, I don't think that there's too much resistance in here. And I've been saying that repeatedly for once it managed to get, I would say right in here, once it managed to get through all of this right here with no problem, 4,008 should not be that big of a struggle. There's very little through here. And I can see that right now. And this is happening too frequently right here. Way too frequently in here. All right, Bitcoin, let me drop us back down. I wasn't looking for this much, to be honest. This could very well be broadening. Doesn't look like it so far. Let me see. I won't be able to do that. Yeah, nah, just stick to how I got it. I am so sleepy. All right, let me look at another time frame. Look at the 2 hour here. Take her away for a minute here. We're whipping that now. At a squeeze from the RSI reading. Let me just check the Bollinger and see what we have going on. So we do have a squeeze here on the Bollinger that we tried to get an expansion to the upside on. Not really successful there. But it is still sitting in the squeeze according to the RSI because it's in the pocket here. That's on the 3. Let me just check out the 6. The 6 again, 6-hour time frame I do like. I like the 6. But the 6-hour doesn't look like a godsend at all. 8-hour, trashy. 12-hour, sorry for the tapping. 12-hour, oh boy. I ended up adding Crow to the watch list yesterday, and I actually bought some too, some spot Crow. I'm looking at this momentum break on Bitcoin. But I know that I know Trump is holding like 5%, I think. 5% Crow, 8% of Solana, 2% of XRP. Surprises XRP holding is as low as it is, but yeah, only 2% of XRP, 5% of Solana. 5% of Crow, and 8% of Sol. And then he has the rest of it split into, the bulk of it is in Bitcoin, and then he has Ethereum. So I did go ahead and buy that Crow. Just a little bit. I really need to have this blowfin chart on USDT and not USD. It reads USD tether, but it doesn't match up with what the exchange actually reads as, because the exchange reads completely different from here. So when I'm looking at indicators and comparing it to the exchange, they're off. Like on the exchange, yeah, so the 200 sits a bit lower on the exchange. It's actually higher. I take that back. It's higher. I was looking at, I don't know if I was doing this the other day, but I was looking at my cell phone. Looking back at the video, and I just looked like a bobblehead. It's like my head was going like this right here on the camera. I don't know if it was the light reflecting or what it was. Now I can see myself bouncing around because I'm listening to something, some music. But yeah, I just look like a little bobblehead on video. And I will likely get outside and take myself a walk today once I get off stream. I just don't see a nice setup anywhere right now. Everything was already moving. You're not going to enter in the middle of price action. So all I can do is just wait. I'm not taking any shorts. Oh, Biddy. Not taking any shorts in the market at all right now. To be honest, the one yesterday for Sui, I mean that was a quick short, but not really looking to get short on anything seriously in the market. Not why I just sit on my hands with it. That doesn't matter. Take that away. Still just waiting on that 15-minute so far. I mean, we're just consolidating and moving down so far. Rejecting 50% on the RSI. I did this on Saturday. Actually, let me see. I don't really need to change anything. Put this on the monthly time frame while we watch Bitcoin over there. So this is basically what I wanted to look at here. Let me turn the MACD on with it, which is going to lack a little bit. But you can see on the monthly time frame here how Ethereum has a positive delta cross here on the monthly time frame and gearing up for a positive cross here on the MACD as well. So that's nice. Not a lot of charts have actually done this. And so these are the ones that I would really pay attention to or make sure that I have some accumulation in. I don't have any Ethereum, and to be honest with you, I'm not going to get ETH. Even though I do see ETH hitting that 9,000 mark, bare minimum 9,000 during this this current rally. But this is a monthly, so that looks really nice. There on Ethereum, XRP did is back here, all the way back here. It has a little bit of a negative cross here, but the MACD continues to rise, and so that's important. But at some point I'll be watching the MACD on the monthly time frame for XRP, because once that happens, then you could start to see a sell-off since the delta is leading. But that was really nice. And I also mentioned how anytime both are converging near the zero line, they're preparing. It's prepping for an explosive move. Whenever you see that, your MACD and your delta hanging out at the zero line, explosion. Solana has not done that just yet, which is very surprising. You do have some positive posturing here, but Solana is one that hasn't done it yet on the monthly time frame. SUI doesn't have enough information for it. BNB does have a cross above the zero line though, so you can look at that too with your delta. but doesn't have that cross up here on the monthly time frame. So BNB, but nonetheless, I mean, when we get this closure here for the monthly closure, this could easily fade here because it's not truly confirmed until the monthly candle closes. ADA's just had corrections throughout this process. So still holding a positive MACD so far. ADA did it back here. And then I think ADA might have put in some bullish divergence once they got this delta cross. I think ADA may have. Yeah. ADA put in bullish divergence right across here. Hold on, let me just double check. It did against the MACD. It did. But that delta cross happened right here. And you got 2 more candles down and then nice double bottom. A nice push. RSI is faster. I just like to look at this for confirmation. So RSI is going to move with price action. But the MACD and Delta just confirmation of what the trend is and nothing less than that. So H bar has not done that just yet, but nonetheless, MACD is still positive. Hype, I know that's not nearly old enough. And this is where XLM was at the 0 line here. See how the delta is at the 0 line? You see that? I like to see that. So that was a nice pop out of XLM. That was gorgeous, and that's where it's sitting at too. Everything jumped up at the same time. Everything was squeezing. That's why I still lean towards another shakeout, and then October we really seeing so Doge has a positive posture, but it's nowhere near. It's nowhere near. And if it's pumping now and then that happens later, that'd be crazy. But yeah, it's nowhere near that just yet. Tron, look at the MACD on Tron. It's crazy. Link doesn't have a monthly one either. I like that double bottom though. And when they simultaneously cross together, that's strong. That is strong. But nothing yet, but Link is definitely close. So that is, and Link is doing really, really good. So that's one I would be into. So injective. This is one that I would be positioned in, and I do have some injective. So this is definitely one that I would be positioned in. Injective. So that looks nice. INJ. Not enough information on OP. Near, I've already bought some near. It's not enough information there on the monthly for that. I don't know if Aptos is going to have enough information, and it doesn't. And we already know where Bitcoin did its thing at. And this is a blow-fin chart, so we're not going to nearly have all the data that we would have if we were on a different chart, because blow-fin isn't that old. Cost doesn't have enough information. I don't think Say does either, or Tia. Aerodrome. AVAX does. Okay, so not quite in place yet. See how this is at the 0 line? This, and I hope it does. I so hope it does. If this turns up, OMG, ICP. That could do one of these godsends right here on the monthly time frame. You got these little dojis down here, like little reversal dojis down here. I have been so pissed off with ICP. I have. But these little dojis down here, we close out right and we're sitting down here at the 0, this delta at the 0, and it turns up. Boom. Boom. We're going to remember I said that too. That's going to be nice. I know that those don't have enough detail. Render, not quite enough. Render is struggling a little bit. Yeah, definitely a struggle down here on render right now. On the monthly time frame, that is. But how is it looking? Nice hold on the RSI. How it got that back test and that bounced away on the RSI. That's not bad, but it's not even leading towards a confirmation right now. I mean, we do have the positive posture, but not a positive cross or anything like that. And it's so far from the 0 line down here. Like, we want to see this get some sort of aggression, at least before the MACD decides it wants to cross the 0 line for render. So I'm not really feeling that. Same thing with Orca, which Orca is Orca's crossing right now. See how that turned green? But it'll be on and off because we still have several days left in this. And let me see if anything is coming up. Dynamic tick array. That was old. Okay. And that just ticked green. And I have some Orca. Actually, a friend, one of my Twitter friends, mentioned it to me, and I bought and I wrote. It may have been this candle right here. I don't think it was this one. I think it was this one. And as soon as it got that big bounce, I took out my initial investment and some profit along with it and just left the rest of it in there. Aave, MACD, in the blue there. We're going to get another shakeout. There's no doubt about it. And you already know how RSR does. When RSR, when RSR decides it wants to pump, it pumps. It's just one of those where it's like that for you. A little less of that back over in those days. But near the 0 line, I wouldn't expect anything less from it. But it doesn't look like that injective though. Injective, not injective, but ICP and injective. Yeah, both of those look really, really good. ICP and injective. That's not old enough. Algo is. So once Algo MACD crosses a 0 line, then that'll be nice for Algo. Some of these just look very much the same. This is going to be nice. Dot is going to do good. I know a lot of people have let their guard down on Dot, and this is where they're going to get it wrong. Dot is going to do good. Now this baby right here, somebody requested this last week. I like VeChain a lot. Now on the weekly, I know it's different on the weekly, but not yet on the monthly. But both of these start to rise and gather up around here, around that 0, then that could be nice for VeChain. VeChain looks pretty good. It looks really good. Okay. Hasn't really done too much more since that, but nonetheless, it's nice. This doesn't look as cluttered the more you zoom out, but I put the levels in and then I zoom out to lower time frame. And just like everything else with the double bottom, this looks pretty decent in here, but still just consolidation because this is flat. That's too flat to be anything other than consolidation at the moment. Now, Immutable X, I bought it. I bought some and I bought it at the right time. But then when Bitcoin started acting a little bit crazy, it started to affect Immutable X because Immutable X was one at the time that when I looked at it, Immutable X had not even come up that far yet. I think it was somewhere around the top side of this red candle right here. And I went ahead and scooped some up. And then I just let it go. But I'm reconsidering it. I am reconsidering this one. It looks really good. So where you have so many of the other altcoins, they've already taken out this little pivot right here. Immutable X hasn't done that yet, but everything about this chart looks nice to me on the weekly. Everything about it looks nice. And then I see this on, then I see the monthly looking like this, just like everything else where it got the drop, but it maintained the signal line here for that push. And then potential delta cross coming in right here. Now I would like to see some different posturing or for this to get a little bit tighter, which it may not happen. It's on a monthly time frame, but that at least it'll be one of the slower ones, but I still think it looks absolutely great. And then of course, you know, I mentioned Trump has like he has 5% in this, and Crow. ACH, no. PayPay just doesn't have enough info. At Rose. Let me do 2 weeks instead. Okay, Rose just got a positive MACD cross here on the 2 week. So that's nice. Rose. Let me look at VET for the 2 week. Let me just see. Usually when you get the delta cross, like you may get one more drop back and then you run. So let me just see this on VET. So we got the delta cross right there. And that's basically what happened. You get the delta cross, you look for a final pullback, and then you send. So over here, it got, I'm just gonna move this one over here. Okay, so that delta cross happened right here. I mean, I can tell that it actually didn't pull back that time, where it closed the new candle open and it just kept going up. So that's cool. It might do that once the MACD gets across though. So the MACD gets across and I look for an additional pullback and then a continuation up for VET. Litecoin, 2 week, positive MACD, positive delta. And I just wanted to double check and see if it did it here. So I got to put that all the way over there. Sometimes it just doesn't snap in good. Got to move this. Let me see. So you got a small correction there and then a continuation there. You got absolutely nothing over here. And I can't set it there because that didn't happen. But you got the MACD cross. And it looked like this is just confirming within the next 13 days. So you could see a pullback here off of Litecoin. I haven't updated these levels in a very long time. So I don't even know how these are doing. Haven't looked at it. So you may or may not have a chance with some of these. Monthly. Nothing yet, but 2 week looks nice. 2 week looks nice. What does 3 week look like? Not yet. 2 week. So I may just focus on that 2 week and then later look for that confirmation on that monthly. As I said, DOT had not done it yet, but DOT's gonna positive cross here, which will confirm in the next 13 days on the MACD. And of course, we know it's already done it on the weekly. So everything just basically, everything looks nice. Kasama. I haven't looked at HTR in forever. Hey, it got, hold on. Wow. I used to love this project. Metis. I've already got near. Oh, poor Biddy. VRA. I used to hold a nice bag of VRA. I don't have it anymore. I'm not, oof. I haven't been on this chart in ages. Jeez. What does it all mean? Oh, wow. I'm not here to clean up charts though. There's a lot of stuff on here. I haven't looked at this chart in a long time. Curve has been doing good from my understanding. A lot of people have been going crazy over good old Curve. And see how it's sitting down here at the zero? I'm telling you. That delta, and when you have both of them together, you have the right mix. But even if it's just a delta though, just lingering around the zero right here, you're gonna see a run up. You're gonna see a pop. That's my southern. You're gonna see a pop. I'm sleepy. I can tell I'm sleepy. I'm acting like a child. I'm sleepy. You just start doing things to try to keep yourself awake. But yes, that's nice. CRV. I should have been here for that. And I can't see it all. That's cute. It's not the same, but that's not the same. It's not the same as how it just kind of sits around here, close to it, trading near it. That's what I'm talking about. It has to be trading near it. Zilliqa. I still love Zilliqa. Coin King still loves Zilliqa. You know, he still stakes it and all that good stuff. It was nice. Zilliqa. Tezo. This is one I think deserves to be performing better than it does. I don't get it, but it is definitely, whoa. Whoa, whoa. I hadn't even looked at the chart yet. Whoa, whoa. Enough said. I can shut my mouth. Zeal. I mean, Tezo. Tezo. He also always say Tezo till he bezo. Whoa. Lovely. Lovely there. There is no render anymore and remark. I think that's what that was. It's just so much stuff to go through and look at. Let me click on Jasmine real quick. No, secret H bar. Kava. I haven't looked at that in a minute. Kava. Oh, that just makes me want to go back. Does Boba not exist anymore? They calling themselves something else? I guess I can delete that. Nim, I used to like Nim a lot. Might keep my eyes on Nimic. Let me just look back. This dot though? This dot? That is going to surprise a lot of people. People sleeping on DOT, they're sleeping on AVAX. They think AVAX isn't going to do anything. Oh, of course it is. You have a lot of big money in AVAX. AVAX is going to do well. DOT, regardless of what anyone thinks, it is going to do awesome. In my opinion, it's not financial advice, but DOT is going to do good. DOT is going to do good. You know, I said INJ coming up, but DOT looks really nice. ICP it was, wasn't it? ICP and DOT. Mm-hmm. Then that may be, let me put those right here together. Weekly range resistance, macro demand, trend line, lower the QTD dynamic cloud, VWAP context, despite these rejections, price remains above the weekly VWAP for now. Okay, I did put a little note in here on DOT. Showing bearish divergence on the QTT daily, currently rejected at multiple key levels, divergence, blah, 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 blah. And it was here around 398 at the time. And that was on the 13th. And it had a few wicks of rejection in there, but nonetheless, what time frame was that? So 1 hour. So 1 hour time frame. I think I might have been looking for an entry for it at the time too, but nonetheless, still negative on the delta here on the 1 hour time frame for Bitcoin. Still have the cloud covers and just the range, just ranging, really. No actual follow through is showing up. I'm just gonna slide this down. Actually, up. I'm gonna put it back. I just didn't want to drag it and change anything. How are we doing on some of the other time frames? Still looking for that 130. But it look like we're about to get a MACD cross to the downside here. I know that we've been saying here for Bitcoin, this squeeze that we've seen showing that there was some exhaustion, some long exhaustion taking place. Doesn't mean it can't pop back up again, but we are leaning towards a negative cross on that MACD. Let me see if that shows up differently over here. It doesn't. And that was another reason why I didn't like it. Another reason why I don't like that. It is bearish. It is bearish. That's bearish. So I don't like this so-called symmetrical it's not symmetrical either. I don't like this triangle that everybody's drawing out. Not saying that it can't play out, but that's bearish. Price action isn't here, and we're getting this rise. So I'm not gonna do that. That's why I'm avoiding putting that structure on my chart, because it doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right. I mean, you could get away with it here on the RSI. I can't get away with it here, and I lean towards this a lot heavier than I do the RSI. So even though it has RSI built into it, I don't like that. And if this was to turn up right now, let's just say it crosses above here now, then it would be positive for the bulls. But still, so we have to invalidate any sort of bearish divergence that's currently present on the daily time frame. And with the pending, see how money flow is. I mentioned this too. You get up here, and I'm going to switch this around, because on my Z-score, actually, let me switch that to Z-score. Now it makes more sense where you see that red and a correction, and everything was hinting towards it. This would just put us back into red, potentially. And we just did some sort of, it's not showing on these indicators though. Yeah, I would say no, especially if we get this, if that happens. Can't say for sure now. It is near the zero line. Can't say for sure just yet. As we turned around, actually we turned around here for a little bit. We turned around there for a little bit, rejected there, And we're still in the bullish control zone on the RSI for sure on the daily time frame. So that part still looks nice, even though everything else is hinting at a potential drop. And if we do get it, you know, we know to look at these highs in here. And I'm looking at this zone 110 to 108. Unless we hold within here where we have this fair value gap at, we can also do that too. So there are some levels to watch in here. You really won't know until price action starts to react. So you just define where you think it may make a difference, but the support is back here into these highs. The potential support is back here in these highs because we haven't tested it yet to see if it will hold that support. So far, we just had it act as resistance and we banged our head up against it until we finally got acceptance above. But we're bearish on these highs as far as I can tell. I do still expect for us at some point to make our way up here to the target though, which is around 130. Somewhere around 130 for this rising formation, which I compared that to Coinbase earlier, and I mentioned how Coinbase did see a break out of its top side where you have Bitcoin and Ethereum got a rejection. Hold on, was that right? Yeah. Ethereum with the rejection. But we were here today. But the same way Coin got the break out of the top side here, we could see that same thing for Bitcoin. So 130 may not, you know, somewhere up in here around the 130. It just depends on how soon we get there. Just depends on how soon we would get there. But they're both the same. And then this was just from this formation in here. And 3 to 1 is all the way up here at 167 based on this range break here, which is coming from, where are we coming from? No. Okay, so it is the monthly, which came from the monthly break where we had this mother bar and this inside bar. So that came from that. And then our triangular break. So we shall see. Like I said, if it does what if it follows what Coinbase is doing, then we would see it break out of the top side here. We would see it do that. Turn that off. We would see it do this. So let's go, Biddy. That's why selling your Bitcoin to rotate into alts just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. You find that extra capital, find it, and put that into your alts. But I wouldn't be taking I wouldn't be selling my Bitcoin. I wouldn't be selling any of it. to rotate into altcoins. You got companies. You have more and more companies adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet. Nah. Mm-mm. And so there's already a supply shock. Why sell it? There's already a supply shock. $15 still putting in that bear div, but we're holding here right now, but we are still putting in that bear div. So if I look at the 15, you don't see it right here, but if you look at the delta, you can see the delta making these highs in here. It's still putting in that bear div. It's putting in the bullish drive as well, but at the current moment, the bear div is what the bearish divergence is what's playing out until it isn't, and that usually happens with a mean reversion. So that means a break above the zero line. But currently, or here on the RSI, we claim the 50% retracement here on the RSI. See, we didn't do it there. We got rejected there. We tried it right here, and we got rejected at the 50. And we had the slight bear div right here, exaggerated, but you can see it a lot stronger on the 15-minute time frame, which is shaping up. We're almost there with that 15. I see some stuff in play for it right now. So even if Bitcoin does pull back just slight more, I would not be looking for a short. I'd be looking to get long. Honestly, you probably want to be looking for your long position and not a short position. Let's see, 1 hour again. didn't realize I still had everybody sitting there looking at Coinbase chart. I told you I'm tired. I am tired. Hmm. But once I get done streaming, I'm not going to lay down. I am going to go take a long walk. Well, not a long walk. Maybe about a 6-mile walk, and then I'll be good and sleepy. Oh, it reads light rain today. I may not be able to take that walk outside. I may, yeah. That sucks. Mm, I'm sorry. So maybe tonight at 7. Um, yeah, maybe tonight at 7, maybe 7:30, 7:30 to 8:30. I may do a quick stream. It'll be really quick, really quick. Maybe about 30 minutes just for an entry into some different things. I'll see what I see on the chart and make that decision as to whether or not I'm going to do that. For the new candle open. That's why I'm saying between 7 to 7:30. Mm-hmm. I was looking back at that 15-minute because I said that 15-minute was close to being ready, and it looks like it might be. Still got those bear divs. Could be out playing those bear divs at this point. For that 15-minute. It's dragging a little bit. Keep hitting this resistance across here. So stopping out at that 50. Well, this is the 0, I'm sorry. 50 here on the RSI, 0 here on the MACD. One thing we did do on this, oh, I forgot I had all of these open. One thing we did do on that 15-minute is we got a back test. So right here, no, right here, we got the break up, momentum break here, clean back test into it right there. I do see this breaking to the upside though. We're struggling a bit right now. Again, bear divs right here, but that changes above the midpoints, above the mean. That changes. It's a nice push. Did cross the mean. Cross the mean on the RSI here. We're hitting this little bit of resistance. We cleared that up as well. That's good. Cross the mean here on the delta. That would be nice too. So like I said, I'm seeing a lot of positive stuff come out of this 15-minute time frame. Just have to commit. Have to see that commitment. Don't want to do something like this, which just looks different because, you know, that blue signal line is underneath the RSI. This was above the RSI here when we came up and we got the rejection and came down. We got the rollover here on the delta, just at the 0. So, yeah, it's a lot of good stuff. Bollinger. Were we in a Bollinger squeeze? We were. I do believe we were. For the most part, volatility is not. It's pretty tight. It's not ramp. It's pretty tight. So we'll see what we do back here around this previous day high. If we can just get the push up and there, and then potentially get some sort of an expansion like we expanded over here. Like we expanded there. That's 118 to 119. I want to see an expansion. And this isn't going to sit still, and I know that. I'm going to take this off my chart though. That's nice. 18 minutes on that closure above this candle. Yeah. And this was the one that reclaimed VWAP as well. This candle right here reclaimed VWAP. At least we have the 15-minute looking to confirm a closure above this, the neckline of the double bottom. We also want to see that take place over here on the 1 hour time frame as well. Let me just highlight the neckline so we can see it over here too. Okay, we're above it there. Flip white here so we know that we're above the 0 for certain. So everything is out in the mean reversion. So we could be, I don't know right now because I turned it off, but we could actually be hitting that standard deviation 1. The way when I drew it out, it was here. So that can change. So standard deviation 1. So that closure happened there. Let me check back over here. Let me see. Stock market. Coins looking good. Let's see. Ooh. Expand Energy Corporation. Not so much. Besides Justice Manager. Seeing some things get a little bit of a sell-off. But not coin. Not coin. Tesla continues to look nice. Let me drop down to a lower time frame. Okay. A little bit of a reaction on the 1 hour for sure. I told you. Hold up. Let me come back over here. Look at this. Nice on bidding. So we can see that. Let me clarify this. Because I told you, I said everybody is hating on Apple. Now we already got this breakup here on Apple out of the symmetrical triangle, and then we had this second one over here. I'm like, this is gonna break to the upside. Everybody's so bearish on Apple right now. I still see 221, 230, 231 coming into play, and we're still within this range. I said if it does get a drop down, then I wouldn't want to see it do any more than this, which it didn't. It didn't even bother to come down here. So that's done. Break to the upside. Continue this move up on Apple. I'm not in Apple. It's something that I'm watching because the haters are watching it and they're really expecting the worst from it. And yeah, same thing with Tesla. I'm not in Tesla, but I can tell you that Tesla chart looks good. And I've been saying that. I've been saying that for a few weeks now. It looks good. I don't know what everybody else is looking at. They're not looking at what I'm looking at. I think Tesla looks good. So Tesla and Apple, big ups, especially on Apple over here. Poor baby. Apple's doing good. See, I didn't even get a chance to get into it today, but Apple did pretty good. One bullish formation to another bullish formation. Apple's gonna make it. Gosh, dang, CNC is all the way down at the very low of the weekly range now at this point. That's tough. And another one that's going to do good is going to be Rivian. I do see that one doing. I mean, it hasn't been a great performer thus far, but it has some potential. All right, Bitcoin. So we're in standard deviation 1. We know that much. I just didn't want to have the noise on the chart. Okay, so it's still lining up. We haven't even pushed into standard deviation 2 for any sort of expansion just yet. Just that move alone. With this 15-minute time frame. Have to be careful. Still got 8 minutes on this 1 hour time frame. So previous day high. We need to be able to continue this. All right. We'll know that it's expanding if it pushes up past here, as we're trying to get this pump on Bitcoin. I still don't agree with that triangle formation that everybody's drawing out on the daily time frame or whatever time frame they're using to draw it out. I still don't agree with that. But nonetheless, this is nice so far for Biddy. All right, it's only like 4 minutes left on this stream right here. I am so sleepy. I am so sleepy. I'm gonna wash my face. I appreciate everyone who stopped by today. Um, I am seriously considering that second stream just because I know sometimes, when we get into the chart, like there isn't a really strong setup. I mean, we had this right here today. I entered in a scalp position, but there just still really isn't anything strong. Like I don't see anything strong just yet. So just didn't put this on the chart today. Didn't do that today. Did not do that today. We can talk through some opportunities, but I won't be putting this on a chart unless I feel really good about something. And then even then it can fail. So I understand that. So the second stream would be a quick stream, something that I honestly see being able to make some money off of. But with that said, I shall be back 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Monday through Saturday, 5 to 10. Be sure you hit the like button. It goes a long way. I greatly appreciate it. But that second stream, when I do it, it will be for subscribers only. So if nobody shows up, nobody gets it. I'm not going to go on my X account and post it, but you can follow me there because once it plays out, I will update it there. So that's that's Down to Crypto TA. So on X at Down to Crypto TA, and be sure that you follow the Coin King at DACOINKING at the Coin King. You are much appreciated and enjoy the rest of your day.